Morning, everybody. So I'll wait till 8:05 to give an overview. Some more folks come in the room. Morning. Give it a couple minutes here in the overview to about 5 after 8 Central Time. I'll go a quick overview of what the heck's happening here. Morning, couple more minutes here before I start the overview. Hopefully you can see my screen. It has ES on there. CL, for those that are looking, obviously is pushing up. We're still into an upward trend. Just kind of pulling that in here on the stream so that folks can see that. Here's CL, here's the levels that were talked about before, the 4250, playing that, also holding the 4208. We talked about that yesterday. Obviously the Globex regained that, moved back up, came to 4208, now holding it, giving a reaction of 4250, and now what we are basically doing is filling in the area here at 4285 on CL, back down, holding the 4270. So, but the ultimate target is for it to get up to 43.19. We'll have to see what it wants to do here in the open. We could retest the 42.50. All right, let's get started here. If somebody can make sure that is in the Discord room, just give me a little shout out in the stream that you are seeing my chart for ES and obviously can hear me. All right, perfect. Excellent. Okay, so we are on Twitch and YouTube at the same time as we are offering, obviously, individuals to come in and get a taste, flavor of who we are. But I generally start a overview. There is another gentleman who happens to be on vacation, Ryan, who would be covering the market open for CL and GC, and obviously they start before ES and NQ does. At 8:30 Central Time, even though everything's working 24 hours. So I want to give you an overview of what's happening. You can see on my chart here that we have ES, and ultimately yesterday our goal was, even though we had some bouncing around, to get up to the 3374.50 area. For those that are new, the white lines that are in here are basically areas that you can scout. They are what is considered the one-and-done methodology. They are also specific to understand direction. You can see as we came in here, even though I was looking, you'll hear me talk about this when the shaded area happens to be the RTH area. When we were in here, the ultimate goal was to get up to what I call a pivot point, which was the 74 area. Along the way, these levels can be played, but we have to understand where trend is at the same time. So sometimes if you are looking to play the 65 here, you could see that it did work out in the Globex, but at the same time it pushed through, came close to the 68. That's because trend's up there. So the white lines are important to us. 74 was the goal for us to reach. We did reach that. We are still in an upward trend. Currently, right now, we are opening above yesterday's RTH high that is marked with the blue line here. So we are still in an uptrend, and until we have a gap down in the RTH, I consider that we stay in an uptrend. There can still be some pushes down, as you see my chart, like we had yesterday, even though we're in here and we had gapped above the high from the open here and still pushed down until we gap below. We are still moving up in the trend, so we are still doing that at this time. My expectation is for today that we're going to do one of two things. One is we are either going to come back up here and test this high, possibly peak above, and then start losing these levels. to move our butt back down to this gap fill, which would be right here. The other option is that the market just continually pushing down as it is right now, and this is the area of focus, which was the 33.74, and will push until the gap fill directly down in that direction. We'll see as we have the open whether or not that's going to take place, and we'll start losing these levels. So as we played the 68, there would have been a position for long, back up close to 74, not gaining 74, it's working its way back down to 65. So in a scenario, we would take all of these one by one and use these as we're working our way down, and or in that situation, not to clutter the lines, and or we would use those to monitor possibly, as I draw this here again, and we would come down, hit this one, and then regain this. And then as we do that, we're looking to go back up. So we're using these as an opportunity to understand momentum and trend. So right now we are pushing down, hitting our main target, and its goal is to get back down to this 57. So as we look at this, to bring it together at the same time too, I like to use NQ, and we can see with NQ as well that NQ could not get above its RTH high of yesterday. Peaked above it and now is falling back down and playing these levels. As you can see here too, the lines might change a little bit to chartreuse, but there's a play off of that. There's a play off of this level. This is a 30-minute view, and there's a play off of this level, and now we're playing off here. So if we hold the 988 area here in NQ, I'm expecting that ES will not push all the way down. So we're going to use that as some reference as we're coming down here. But we would look for this being the main area that was hit, and its goal is to get back down. So I'm expecting some correction here as we're moving down to come test this area, and then I will look for confirmation, basically tempo, if we're going to continue back off the 57. There would be nothing wrong with playing the 57 and or into the 55, which would look like this straight down if we come into it, and then by regaining this here, we would be back up in that momentum. So I really will be watching this RTH high here for direction if we get down there. If we don't, there's a possibility, like I said, we're still holding this. Generally, I'll wait for the market open, and then as that happens, we could get this peak above and then down below at the same time. To the left, even though I have 84.50 for ES as the next level, this little blue line is going to be important because we're starting to fill the profile to the left, and there is a gap that is here. The same thing, you'll see me draw this, it's just so far left that this blue line, even though 74 was here, this was the lower of an RTH lower high, but within that profile there was some gaps that went to 77.75. So sometimes we'll come up, we'll hit exactly the low or the high on the RTH. Other times we'll go inside the profile, which we did in the Globex here, filling in that so it accomplished its goal and now is dropping back down by losing the specific number 74.50 for me. That's very key. So actually the 74.50 we could, and I should have it drawn in here, and I'll make that change for a chartreuse line, or I'm sorry, a blue line, so that we know that it's significant. So there are some other ones that are in the charts as well that are important to me as we come down. The 28 would be another one, chartreuse. I will change this along the way too to a blue line to make it easier. So we'll just keep that in mind. So if we come down and lose this RTH high and work our way down, our goal would be to get down to 28 again, but we're going to watch these levels. They're very important of how the market moves and the scenarios. So not only are they targets for us, entry areas, but they're used to understand momentum at the same time. So the overview today is that the market would continually push down unless it changes in the open and starts driving up to test the 77.75. But more than likely that we're going to try to fill this gap down here, but we'll take it one step at a time. So Dan, you'll also see, I think you picked up on it in the Discord room, within the tier 2 and also the levels and outlooks, which would be part of the alerts that are sent out, these same lines, and it shows obviously that if we lose 68 that its target is to get 65. Generally in the one and done we're trying to get 5 points, but obviously getting to the next level is a safe zone. If the level's really wide, then generally I'll be a point before that, and that's part of the methodologies that are there. So feel free to go ahead and just understand the momentum of playing these, testing them out and seeing how they work. Same thing for those that are on Twitter and or YouTube as they're watching. The levels are presented ahead of time that are here, and you can see how they react. Not everyone is going to give us a winner, but it's a high percentage that they are. So even if we look at the levels here too, just going across, you can see that these have been marked, and people in the room will show those to you as well. So there might be a momentum move. If there is a trend, we try not to jump in front of it. I'll call that out. At the same time too, the majority of the levels are playing as they're being marked for winners. We'll keep in mind too on the NQ chart here that we have this as a low. So obviously for bigger direction right now on NQ, we're going to have to lose this 928 area for continuation down. For those that are new, as I had stated before, basically my expectation is that even though NQ is pushing down, it is just waiting and trying to allow ES to catch up so that both can make a new all-time high. So as that overview, that's something that was provided before. So even though these pushes down in NQ, does not mean that the trend is over with. We're waiting for a bigger number for it to lose, so we're holding this right now until this can work its way out. And we'll see that when we gain 148 or 147 here, gaining these highs and then pushing into fill in these areas of low volume here on the previous profile, and then move to generate a new all-time high as ES is holding at the same time. When you hear that ding, that is just basically a warning for me 15 minutes before the market is going to open for ES. A lot of people pay attention to mean reversion, and that says that the market is trying to balance itself out. Those that play Keltners or Bollinger Bands or anything with a range, generally it tries to come back to the mean. For us right now, this overview is I'm expecting that we hit our main area, that what it's trying to do is balance the market out and find value. And the last area of value is in this area of 60 and or into the RTH high. So a lot of times that's what the market does. It's come back and rebalances, finds its value, and then continues on its trend. As it does that, we'll watch it to see if it is going to get all the way down here. But that's just a little bit of a definition of that mean reversion that takes place, or rebalancing. So current Globex was high, was long, and now it is rebalancing itself, looking for assurance that it wants to go back up higher and test the highs. Doesn't mean that it necessarily is. It's just a overview that we understand when we look at the market from that perspective to say what's taking place. Same thing for yesterday here when we came down and lost these highs. It was looking to rebalance itself, and as it did that on the overview, you can basically see that where we came down on the market here for the low was fitting into the areas of the low previous here. Even though it didn't quite get over there, that's what it ended up filling in that area to push back up. because it did not reach. There was not a lot of buyers. I'm sorry, new sellers that came in, so it front ran it. That's how I view the front running, and then from there, that's why I pushed it up and held the momentum where we were at. So we got about 11 minutes before the open. Any questions, let me know. But I believe that's a good overview, and we'll see what happens on the overview or the opening. And once again, you'll see me bounce back and forth here. So here's the level that we held. We're looking to hold this as we moved back up. And we'll see if it does not, using this as a lead indicator, pushing down lower confirms that ES is going to push down lower. If not, ES is going to hold the level that it's currently at. For those that are new in the room too, this might be something you can hear the tick taking place. You can see on the screen right here to the left. This is actually an indication of new volume coming in. You can see if it's a +3, might be hard to see, but it turns green and you'll hear a certain sound, and that means that there are new buyers that are coming in at that specific time. If not, it'll turn red and you'll hear a different sound, so it's a little bit of an indication and helps us if there is a parabolic movement. The current chart that you're seeing for ES is a proprietary 30-minute chart that I use, part of the methodology that I teach of contextual. So it is proprietary, but the best way to explain it is it's close to a 30-minute chart. The other chart that I flash on during the day would be, yes, a 5-minute chart that I will monitor. Same with NQ, proprietary. So here we are holding the level down below here and pushing up, so that means ES should push up. And then also on the 5-minute as well. You'll see me use this 5-minute chart to define a little bit more on my proprietary 30-minute levels that I use. So here's a level, holding it on NQ, and then makes sense that we'd be bouncing back up here. It is important too that we might have current Globex highs that we're going to have to get above to move higher, but also the previous pivot to that, which would be right here for the Globex on ES. So when this comes down here, this is an important area. Obviously it came up, dropped back down, and then regained it. So you'd have this look here, came up, and then regained this. You can see the pause here making a decision, no sellers, buyers coming in, pushing it up. So from that perspective, we also watch this too, besides the lines. 68.50 was the specific line, but it fits with this high here as well to understand momentum. Delta 4, you will see me talk a lot about the market profile. Again, it is something that I use a lot of different methods. It might appear that it's all market profile, but it's just a hybrid of it. But there are other aspects of methods that I've pulled together over the years, basically taking the best of the best and using those to set up or design the contextual methodology, and then that's been divided into several other methodologies. If somebody wanted to do the one and done and the levels are there, then they're able to basically come into the market within a period of time, like an hour and a half, trade, scalp, get out, make sure you make money every week. Might have a losing day, but the majority of the weeks you're going to be profitable. And then there's also another methodology, which would be a time-based swing methodology, just using a higher time frame for those that are still full-time jobs but looking to get into swing trades or core trades. So yes, you'll hear me talk about profile or use those examples. I'll be back. I'm going to warm up my coffee before the market opens. Delta, as you're still there, and I came back here. Um, Obviously, hindsight or whatever else, but if we look at the chart here too, we can see where the RTH high was, and then as we pull up finally on Globex, moving back up, getting into its levels, you can see what it comes back and holds. So there is a little bit of, well, do the gaps actually get filled in RTH or in Globex? Either way, the point of it is that if momentum is up, when we went above it, and as it pulls back down, we can see that it holds the specific area here at 57 to pop back up. So re-losing this is going to be important. We'll watch and see what happens to understand direction. Currently, right now, I'm still bull. Very nice. You can see what's happening here prior to the market. Not that we can't get a pullback for a long real quick, but NQ is holding that level. I do have NQ on another chart. As I glance over there, it's a little faster for me. But obviously we can see that we are pushing down from the open here. Just waiting for a little more information. ES is still holding. So I'm going to grab this for a long continuation. I might wait a second here. Still waiting. Send kill. And Q making new lows from the Globex low. Going to see if we're going to try to push towards the gap fill. I am not convinced right now. See how much of a correction they want to give us here, if anything at all. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. This is NQ. So there goes NQ pushing down to test this low here at 964. I'm going to play this long.
Order filled.
Trying to get back up here. So I'll be before the number of the 67 to get something off the table there.
Target filled.
So there's a point before the 68. We're in here, so I'm going to be safe. But not get filled up above there. So I'll probably be taken out on a break even here. That's fine. So on a smaller time frame, we probably would have got up to that 68 if you would have looked at that. It happens fast. Here's the 68. See, and then back down, which falls right into the levels. 65, back up into 68, and then back down. So volume seems to be pushing to fill this gap here. So sometimes you got to be a little fast. Like I had said, we try to get 5 points, obviously, but we need to take it to the next level. This is what was gained up here to move up, and then obviously lost, so there was a retest of it, now pushing lower. So now we're into this value area, and we'll watch it. So I need some confirmation here on NQ to push up too, or change the direction. We're probably in this same setup of moving down and then giving those people the feeling that we are, and then popping back up. So we'll take it one step at a time. So the play here was into the 65 long, looking to the number is 68.50. So the 70 or 67.50, I took something off. I was sitting up here to get out, and I did not get filled on it, so I moved to break even real fast. Since we're still pushing down as originally had talked about, a correction here, rebalancing. So let's watch this here. Obviously, we're going to have to regain the open. NQ again on this chart here is holding this level. Morning, people coming in the room. ES is rebalancing and correcting itself after hitting the main pivot point of 74.50, and then filling in some areas up above at 77 and pulling back down. We have a true gap, so we need to go with the gap, but at the same time too, it appears that it is just giving some rebalancing by pushing back down. Until we gain the open, we are still thinking smaller time frame down here. Here's NQ. Here's ES. And then, so I'm looking at my mid time frames at the 30-minute here. We're watching to see what this is going to do. So they're searching right now, see if they're going to find some new buyers here. So as of right now, short-term players push this down. No filling down below here, the gap at 57s. Buyers still in control. Again, just from the overview, playing the levels. NQ would have played this, could have made some money. Would have played this level, would have made some money. You can see that we're hitting this on the tail here, and then also the tail back here too again. So Still waiting for some more confirmation here. As you can see that we're stalling. So without playing that Globex or being up during that time, obviously a good short out of there, and then a potential as we're being set up here too. Not necessarily, even though the trend is up here, playing things from a shorter term perspective till we get some insight of what's happening here. So either long or shorts, we would be pretty tight on. As far as the chart, when we look at CL, there you go again. I had mentioned this briefly. It's in the Twitch. Not sure everybody can see that on the stream on the Discord, but in the Twitch, I had said that we had moved up on this 4250. We're coming back up. Possibility after filling these areas over here at 4285 that we would come back down into the 4250 while still holding the trend. So there's that playing out on CL. I'll post the chart in the room. A little bit of volume coming in there on NQ. Still within its opening range. But we can see as we held this low here, not losing the RTH low that we were popping up. So it looks like we're going to get a little bit of a push here. We'll find out. Might have been a little mistake on my part by not holding this, but again, thinking that we could possibly come back down. I played it tight. Again, if we would have just marked these from that perspective, as we're understanding trend, we would have played this. Here you go. There's your 5 points here again. Maybe you didn't play that in the beginning as you came in there. If you would have played this level here, As I said, back up or play the first time. If you were still hanging on, 6 points generally would be out. There's another 5 points. Not that you would want to get away, but if you played it that way and trusted the one and done methodology, you could be above your 8 points for the day and be gone. I did not play it that way. That's why I said there's a mistake. So, but that's okay. As long as the lines are working out, that's what I'm happy about. I help other folks on their path to financial freedom. So here again, holding the low, possibility to go back up higher on the NQ. Still needs to stay above the blue line here. So we opened up to continue. And we'll look and see how it develops. As everybody knows, I don't trade the news, but I use that to help bring volume in, to understand it. I still believe we are waiting on the stimulus package. I have not followed it up. I would see it in the charts. And whatever's going to take place, like I had said, the ultimate goal is that we are still gapping up. Even though we filled some gaps in the Globex and some other ones, we've had three for sure, movements on ES gapping up, and until we have a gap down, trend is still up. We might have some retracement in there, but that's a sign of something that I would be looking for, is a gap down, and we have not had that take place. So hopefully people are not getting trapped on these moves down, and we're still moving up. Obviously, I'm thinking that we'll go make a new all-time high. I'll take it one step at a time. So for me right now, as I mentioned, the first change in direction is going to be losing this 33.57. And then as we move on to 33.57, I'm going to need to lose this low down here at 33.29. There'll be some confirmations along the way. As of right now, I have the area of that 33.29 would be very important for yesterday's low for us to start changing our one-time framing down just from a daily perspective. On a 4-hour, we have not done that, even though we are somewhat below 33.67. But we had regained this here, the 65. So if we look at just bringing all the time frames together, again, weekly is up, monthly is up, your daily's up, and now the 4 hours continuing up as well. So I need to see a change in transition on a 4-hour in order to start saying that there's a possibility we can move down. And then if the 4-hour, daily, monthly, weekly start coming together as the time frames fit with each other, then there can be a parabolic move, and hopefully we'll wait for that to take place, as I am forecasting 28.50 when the election comes around. So no real new time frame individuals coming in besides just sitting where we're at. So now we're back up, gaining the level. Need to get above here, which obviously fits with this other pivot that's important here for NQ at 040. Not gaining that, continuing the push back down here. Probably the same thing in ES. Own new buyers. Still a possibility to come back down here and retest this. 33.57. Yes, Tupac. Did you get it? The GC? Or some of it? So not staying above here. Obviously we can see that. The open area for ES or NQ. Not that we can, but we want to be watching these lows. If we cannot break these lows, 956, obviously we can have a little excess and push down lower and then regain it for backup, but we're monitoring this as of right now. Yeah, and it would be the same here for ES. Oops, sorry. We are back inside of the little area value for NQ, so we're going to watch this number here at 006 area for direction again. We need some continuation in the next 5 to 35 minutes to continue back up and obviously stay above this area too of 029 for a confirmation, looking for a close above there. We look at the areas we're obviously above here, playing a little different scenario on EES being above the RTH, yesterday's high. Basically sitting in a 9-point range here. Can get a little difficult, but there's the playoff 65 again. Watching what's happening, I did not play it. More volume coming in here on NQ. Should give us a sign or direction here real soon. No gaining above here, 30-minute, push back down. Watch this 988 area. It'll still work for you, Tupac. It just needs to go right now. Obviously, we have a regaining of this previous candle here, so it needs to make a decision and hold this 65. Because of the gap, I'm still looking for a long. So see if I can get a little more push lower here. Yep, it might. If not, Dan, it's going to be very, strong. This is the attempt. So as of right now, yes, looking to come into this area. So when we have this out of here, we're looking for either 57 or below. We have another area at 55, which is going to put us into the excess here of 55.75. So let's see what they're going to do here with volume as well. But we are pushing, as the original plan was to come down. So we want NQ to hold these areas and not make this low as ES pushes down. So this changes from this perspective and starts regaining the open. Obviously I need to get long from there, so staying patient here. We need to keep in mind too that in the Globex here, we already came down and played it. I mentioned that before. Some people would not even see this, but this is wearing this level out. I agree with you on the 62. I don't have an issue with that on the closing below, but we still have this gap, so we're looking to fill it. There's a possibility that that 57 can pop. So if we obviously lose that, it's kind of the line in the sand. So we will wait for confirmation. Like I said, if I can't get to the 57 and we start going back up, like you're saying, gaining your 62 or 65 delta, then obviously we are pushing back up. The helpful indicator is going to be NQ and what it's doing. So by not losing this low here at 968, even if we come into 57 on ES and start regaining, we'll see this in NQ at the same time. So in order to go down, NQ might look below here at 928, but holding this area still holds the current momentum up. So still bullish. This might be it here at the 60.50, and actually I am going to grab this here.
Order filled.
So I should have held the 60.75. So I might take a little heat here, but that's okay. Looking to get back up here into the 65 area. So I'm willing to take a loss here if it doesn't move back up. Need to gain this right here at 63, move back up. Hopefully get something off here on the long and then back into this area here to add back on. Otherwise it's going to just push right back down. So we have an excess low here. Let's see if they're going to hold this and pop it back up. Need to get back into this 64.25 area. So some momentum down here on NQ. So here's the retest, 964. Let's get its back up here, and then it'll work out for me if NQ can get to 988 and then regain this. So NQ does not have a good low, so they hopefully they have trapped some sellers down here and pop it back up, but we'll take it one step at a time and see what happens. Just going to bring this in, even though we can't see the letters here. ES can still push down, but again, like I said, the ultimate target is to get back up in this area. So if we draw this out here a little bit, go all the way from the open, let's say into here, for a decision to be made, or we push back down and get in that 57, so we'll see. We can, sure, because this has been hit in the Globex, depending on how you want to view it. A decision is being made here, but again, trend being up. So a lot of times if we come in and we can't fill the gap, that's strong that there's no sellers coming down, so we would look for continuation to get into the gap and fill it, and then moving back down. Obviously we have other indicators, which would be here for a value high of 55, that we would have to start closing below here. If we do on this high side, then we would be looking for 33.45 for a target, Obviously the easy target would be the PLC. So we're taking it one step at a time. I'll know if we're going to get back down here. Might have to eat this trade. Again, NQ would help us because give us an indication that we would have to lose this 928. Otherwise, all we're doing here for NQ is staying within this range. So there is a good low here, and there's a possibility that it might only come back into this area here. So taking it one step at a time. Some more sellers coming in there. So there's the fill. Let's see what happens. Looks like they're pushing her down. There's the 55. NQ still pushing.
Order filled.
So I'm going to grab some of this. I'm going to rotate some out. Need to regain this 57 area, which will also be a pivot low here, the overnight low, and NQ is still pushing. So now we're into this value area. Depending on how you have marked in your chart, the next value area is obviously going to be yesterday, around the 3350 area. For the point of control from yesterday, shown on the chart here. Mine are marked a little bit different than others. So we obviously have some downward momentum here, filling the gap. If long, need a bounce off here like we talked about with NQ, showing on the chart, having some excess here, still can push lower, but obviously if we get above here on 64 that'll help. So I'm trying to get out on some of my add-ons there at the 55. Let's push a little bit more, help average my cost there a little bit. Need to gain here. And then obviously we're looking to gain on ES here, this RTH.
Target filled.
So there's my add-ons at 55, taking them off, helping my position here a little bit as I played into the 60. So still down, no change in transition. But there's the 57 and then the 55 playing. See what happens here, how much momentum there is one way or the other. But looking for the NQ, obviously playing in here on the prints to come back up. We are going to need to gain 988 for it to really make a decision to change its direction. But again, it is within the range of yesterday, Monday. Let's see what happens here. Then we'll do the same deal as we're looking at it. So we have some excess here. We need to get above 6175, moving back up into this area here. So if you are long from down below, the 6175 is a good target. Waiting for more information. It's very possible that we balance out the day here. We'll see. Again, need to stay above here. Doesn't mean it can't drop back down and go lower, but we're looking for this transition of the trend to continue back up. And if so, then we are going to be in a range or balance day, as per marked here. We look at ES, we have a good low here on NQ, so we would be doing the same deal as our perspective, playing the lows for longs. And the highs for shorts. See what happens here, or they're going to continue this down. Hopefully there is not a double distribution. Key area here for me is going to be this 55 or this value. Not that this price cannot on this time frame move down inside of here, but I would rather not have it close, which is for me going to be a couple more minutes here, close inside of this value. When you close inside of this value, like I said, the next bar pushing it down could push it down to 33.45. So we're making a decision here what we're going to do. There are going to be new sellers coming in. We'll find out. Okay, that NQ 964, so I need to stay above. Pushing up, targeting 988. Oh, there's some slam on there. Some volume came in. It's like they reset the book. Making a decision on this high. There's a new candle for me, did not close below, still can come down lower, but for this time frame here did not push in to say that it wants to target 33.45. So again, we are still thinking that we might have a range or balance day. We'll have to find out. Watch this candle here. We obviously need to get above this open to continue back up. For the bigger perspective, watching this low in here popping up. So now when we look over at a smaller time frame chart, I need to obviously stay above here 965. And then as we look over here too, this fits in here 64, 65. I might have it mismarked a little bit, but we're looking to gain this and get back up. So I have some targets up here into 60, 75, looking to get back up into the 60, 75 area. Might be safe to take the 59.75 out of there, which I will, if it'll give it to me.
Target filled.
Thank you. So now I'm kind of sitting and waiting, thinking balance here. So I'll wait on a small position that I still have on long. And we're looking for confirmation moving up. Sorry for the bouncing around, but you see what I do here. There's a 964 that I need to stay back up on this time frame. See if we can get back up here. Otherwise it might be playing a low area here of extending or back and forth, generating more accumulation so that it can pop back up on NQ, and then it would be the same thing here, where we're not down below and pushing back up. So for an upper target here, I would be looking at the 63 area, which would be basically probably the mid point for the current PLC, and then obviously we need to gain the Globex PLC, which would be hitting in here in 62. So what I like to do is, even though I can go to the higher side, is I will play this ahead by a point. So 63.50, if we get to 62.50, I'd be very happy with that. Not that we can't keep pushing up, but that's just being safe. So you can see here we're hitting the PLC for the Globex. In this area here is 62, so I'm trying to get up at 62.50 and getting filled. There I am, filled. So there are the current plays that I covered. A little tough as we're coming down. The overall goal was that we would push down, test the gap fill, which we did. There's a couple plays in between here. I had to play them tight, understanding that we are now setting up for a balance. So I'm playing the 57, filling that in, and the 55 working back up. There's money to be had several ways. My specific overview is that I had played this on the possibility of 60, had to wait a little bit, add down here at the 55, take the 55s back up, and then my 60s I'm taking off in profit up here as well. So they're still playing an accumulation process here of testing these lows that are marked out, even though NQ feels a little crazy yesterday. Here's, we're up above, we can't get through our level, we end up playing it what we needed to, and then it drops down, and it's like, oh, we're going down, and then you get this big play back up. So same thing here too. They're just setting themselves up for the pop, sticking in with making the decision whether or not we're bullish or bearish. I started out by giving the overview in the Discord room. There is a free opportunity, as is posted in YouTube or Twitch, to come into the room. You get the same deal, same overview. At some point this will stop, or at least be delayed again, but I'm handling this from the perspective to show you the opportunities that are there. You can come into the free chart room for Pro Futures Group, 14 days free. Get to know some folks that are in there, see how they trade, see how some other perspectives are brought to the table with the methodologies, and hopefully make sure that people are more successful. There are those that are new to trading, maybe haven't started out at all, and we're able to help them out, and then the intermediates as well. Obviously, if you are making money and looking to be in a group, to be with other professionals that are successful, please come join us as well. We feel that it is a good group, and we provide a lot of value as far as trader tune-ups on Sunday before the market starts up, and covering some of the overviews of how we see the market to advance your skills. There's NQ coming to target, having the expectation where we're at off of these lows, playing into there, either taking it off, making money, doing what you need to do, and or again setting up a good low here on a lower time frame chart for an NQ, and getting into another range or balance area. Same thing for ES. As I said, I would like to get up to here. Taking up to this point here makes the most sense, following that in that area. So, but I still believe that we have to come into here in order to continue the balance. Otherwise, there is a possibility, just redrawing this out, I doubt it, but it could happen, that there would actually be a P pattern. And then for good targets, as I had mentioned before, showed on a different time frame, even though we were into the PLC here. We came up to this PLC here, so taking that off, I had of 62 before the numbers made sense, and then seeing what the momentum's going to do as we're moving forward here. Make me sick, what a slip. Ryan. Just got up, looks like I'm missing the action. So I am flat currently. I am going to warm up my coffee again and come back and reassess. Hopefully these overviews are helpful. And it's nice, Delta, too, I'm just rereading your messages that, right, even though we have this here as the RTHI coming in, if we define this a little bit farther, I'd open this up, right, we're into here for that 55 like you're talking about, so an edge. So even though we try to be precise as possible, your statement of the 55, I had stated that as well, that we could come back into that area. So those work out very well to have a zone. Same thing on the NQ, why I highlighted this. So there's a zone here. We're back into it. I mean, he could bring it even farther, but obviously if we hold this, and it's played here, then back up. So they're generally targeting these low nodes. So I agree, Delta. Arnold for NQ. Hopefully you can see the stream. I have them marked in here. So they are in the room. Generally they're the same levels. So the key one is this 988 area. And the reason being is because there was a move down here that they held up. So holding this 9888 is going to be very important. And then we have this 034 for NQ, but then we have the high, right? So we have to watch that. So that's going to be important to go up the high, 042. If you look on a smaller chart, I have it drawn out. So as of right now would be balance. Gaining that high would be important. So probably just some back and forth here. Since 74 was so important on ES. And then as we can see here, we're moving back in to fill this up. Delta, as you see at the same time here for ES, the area that was marked on the edge, and so the ultimate target of 65 is there. So NQ again, sorry, just to be specific, is that you're going to need to gain the 034 area to continue up. Otherwise balance. No problem. That's what we're here for. There's several things, Delta, that need to be over with. Again, I'm going to refer back down to that I have to stick with what's taking place. We need to get above this area of 65, which would mean that I would just be looking to target the highs, not preferentially to say we're going to run right up, or if we gain that, we have major momentum up. We are in balance right now. Without getting above here on my chart, in this 5 minute for ES, we're actually putting in a P shape, so they would look to come down and test this. I need to get above here, which then would change the shape to be in that area of range. We're not there yet though. We need to get above here. So 65 would be important, but my expectation would only be to the highs. Hopefully that makes sense. So we have to be aware of several factors. Let me say I'm looking at that from that range perspective, but at the same time too, when I come back, you can see that we have these POCs that are very important that we got to get above. So if it's 65 and we're gaining this, yeah, more than likely we're going to go up and test the highs. But we're not there yet. That's why when I was long down here, I was taking what would be efficient and getting back in here to get off until I have some more information. So if we come in, we can't get through your 65s or put that P in there and we lose the low, like I had said, then we'd be back into this range. My value areas of 55 high from Monday, yesterday, and then we'd be pushing back down to 34. We're not doing that right now. So there's always a couple scenarios. So I would not say 64, 65 strong, except for trend is continuing. So probably up, back down, waiting for them to fill the profile. Generally, if you're filling the profile here again, and we look at this from this thought process, if I am filling the profile, they need to finish their job, and then they're waiting for new information. So right now, they had just liquidated some longs, and if there was good longs in here, they would have kept going lower. Not that we can at this time, but they didn't. So then there were some shorts that came in and pushing it back up. So we have some short time frame players right now. Because we have short time players, I have certain expectations. I mean, I'm only going to look for shorter time frame moves. Again, for my candles, they're a little bit different, delta, but out of here again, you know, we obviously have some moving down here. So this is the previous candle, and we're going to have to get above the high here in order to change it. So it's going to take a little bit of work to make that happen. You could do the same thing here on NQ. This is the last candle. That happens to be the RTH high for today. So we're going to have to get above this in order to change this down. I mean, look at red, 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 doji, red, 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 red. So now there's a transition here of bouncing around. Makes sense to have range or balance, chop, until this can get above here. And then that would be an indication that we are going back up. So we need to hold these areas like somebody else had asked about in the Discord room and get above the 988 to close above it. If not, then we're probably going to push back down and screw around here for a little while. Right now I am flat, sitting on my hands. Ended up getting 3 trades that worked out yesterday. I think I said 7, but I went back and looked. Since I took that one off, I did take some off in profit, but it ended up being a little loser. It would have been 6 wins and 2 losers for yesterday on ES. So let's see what happens here.
these.
So let's see how the market works here at this 64.55. Obviously, we're getting the PLC and moving up. So let's see if what happens. Here's the area that I had talked about coming into on a 5-minute chart. That needed to tell us that we would be in the area for balance. So we'll see how much of a move there is. Since we got above here and we're filling this in, this is what I foresee right now. So if I take the chart and I come in and I say we get above here at 67, is there a possibility for a short to stay in the balance? So we'd be back up into the 68, keeping in mind that trend's up. So if you short 68.50, there'd be nothing wrong with that. It needs to give you your move right away back down. Take a look at NQ. Here we are, we're balancing again, same deal. Now we're back up, now we're in this balance. So here's the open as well. There's the open here, we're in the open up here. Should be the 68 here again too. So it'd be helping us make a decision. But our expectations here again are range. Moving above 77. This 84, 86 is going to be the significant area. And if we can get to this 84, 87, like I said, I think we're still going to move up. But if for some reason we end up losing this 77 area, 74, then I would say back down again. So I'd be looking to look for a course short. I am still waiting for that to take place. Every time we move up in this specific area, just to draw this, based upon the references where we're at, we can't get through these damn references. We go back up. We can't get through this reference, or if we do, right, we play the next one here. We go up. So as we do this, I'm looking to get into these areas, right, play these here, regain something like this, maybe drop, play it, and then start losing these significant areas for me to get in on a short. And then even if it comes back and plays this, I'm not concerned about it because it'll probably just come up to here, right, and then continue its move back down. Say, be looking for that, I hate to use the term, but wave pattern. And right now all I'm getting is waves up. Can't get a transition down. So I do not have a core trade to take as of yet. It is not set up to do that. But I'm going to be looking at it up here again if it's setting myself up to gain this. We could come up here above 77, like I said, peak above, and then come back down, right? But I would still be in looking to gap lower, which right now this would be my current low, to get below this 54. So I'm constantly resetting based upon what's happening in the charts. So if we keep going up, not saying we are right now, we're in balance, but if we do, ultimate target is going to be in this 84 area, and then seeing if we can hold the 77 to keep moving up. So there's a longer term perspective. So probably for today it's going to be best to watch this. So here we are again in Q. Like I said, balance back up into the open area. Now I'll be pushing back down. We need to fill this in here. At the same time too, if we look at it here again, here's the balance. We're into this area. not close to the high, but we're in here, so we need to start filling this in. And then once this is filled in, there might be an opportunity for a drop back in, test these lows, see if there's going to be any sellers in here, and then pop back up. So we're just in these small moves. So even though we gain this delta, or the other people that are looking at this, see how we're still, I wouldn't say strong up, because again, we're in this area of range. So we're getting some back and forth here. So Tupac, you're saying shorted 62 by accident on, you're in the GC channel, so I'm not sure if you are talking about 62, some number on GC or ES. Okay, Tupac, yep. Even though we have the balance here, like I had said, coming back down and not being able to get below this area of 55 for the value area is very important. Having the correct expectations is important for me when I trade. So I'm going to short the 68.50.
Order submitted.
And it doesn't look like right now it's going to give it to me. So I'll remove it.
Order canceled.
There's the hold in the 65.25. Obviously not getting above it. Doesn't necessarily mean anything to me, but just watching it. So again, no real buyers. Probably some buyers liquidating to push this back down here on this small move. We have short-term time frame players right now. Again, not that we can't pop up, but based upon what I had said, which is nice to see happen, range. What do you mean you can't see the screen? Everybody else can see my screen, right? On ES? On the Zoom? Thanks, Dan. So I'm bouncing back and forth, Arnold, on NQ, if you're looking for NQ here. And again, staying within this area of balance on a 5 time frame of NQ. It's drawn out. Hopefully you can see that. Not sure what's going on. You might want to log out, log back in. I'm showing that. I'm streaming on Zoom. And then the same thing here for ES. I have it marked up here on the top to make sure. You should be able to see it to the left on the Zoom. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, obviously it's blocked, so that's why I put that in there so that you can see that. So keeping this in mind here, kind of watching the higher time frame as well on ES. So I'm still going to play this 6850 short.
Order submitted.
For ES. So volume might come in. I'm against the trend, so it needs to work for me right away. Taking something out and focusing on the 3365 that's on the screen would be an area that I would want to target. Let's look at the 5 minute here again. Like I said, we're coming back in. Here's the open, 68.25, right? And then now with the prints, I would want to get back out into this area of 65.25, right? Because this would be the area that it would need to lose to continue to go back down. So it'd be targeting this shelf here, or edge, and or lower into here. If you wanted to hold a little bit more. So I'll watch for continuation, acceptance up here at the 68s. And then obviously I would be watching this here. I don't want to get past the highs here on NQ, right? On a 5 minute chart, it would be the same that I'd be looking here. Here's the high, the shaded area. I don't want to get past that. So it's kind of how I'm putting it together. A little bit of a front run there, so I'm getting a little hesitant on playing this 68. They can't lose this 65, right? They're going to have a little issue here. So let's watch it here from this perspective. Again, we are up. We should be long. And I'm willing to trust the range or the balance if they'll give it to me. delta per my charts, it's going to be this shaded gray area here, is today's point of control. The Globex is this shaded area. The dotted lines are the previous days. So these shaded areas on my charts will go to a dotted line. For right now, that's what I'm saying, I'm willing to try this short, come back down. I'm not looking for a lot out of it. I'm staying within that range. But we have gained the Globex POC, and we are above right now the current RTH POC. So as we've moved up and held the bottom, it's trying to get to 68, 69 area. So be playing for an entry of my number 68.50, 68.25, plus getting into the open here of 68. You'll hear the order go off when it gets filled.
Order filled.
So now my expectation would be get back into here, 65, 25, and or back down into here. Otherwise, there is a possibility if new time frame buyers come in that they could continue. Even though I'm looking at the range here, we have to look at the possibilities, right? Oops, it's not off the low, it's fine, just work it out there. Right, that we come in here like this, then we go back up, and we put another distribution in. It's very possible. If we come up to another distribution, then it's going to want to come back and fill this. So let's look at some other charts here. Here we are gaining 988, back up into 03, testing the high, still being in the balance. So we'll see what it wants to do here. Again, expectations is that it's not going to just crash down on me. We're in range. Looking for some confirmation, like NQ here, 034, to pull back down into what? Into what it's above here. Into 023. Again, looking at a chart so we can see it, you can see that there is a little space here or an edge. So if NQ can pull back down out of this, it's probably going to pull ES, which helps give me a little confirmation of what it wants to do. Important to watch the open here. But we're definitely up. It's a green on the daily, again, as we talked about in the higher time frames. So the 4 hour is trying to screw around on a doji, but went down and tested the lows, then came back up. So we'll be patient. It either takes me out or it doesn't. So, but I'm just looking for some rotation, trusting right now what I have in front of me, which is that we are in a range. So it can go up a little higher because of the momentum. Test the excess here, which is what we're doing right now, and then make the decision whether or not we're going to come back down and give me something that I want, which would be back into this area here of this shelf, and then below this pattern into here, and needing to fill this in on the profile. When we look at it from a 30-minute chart, you can see we came up and hit PLC here, and now we're into these single prints. So for now, NQ pushing a little bit above, testing these highs. Just from this rotation right now, I have to watch this. Obviously we'd like to move in my favor, but since it's trying to change the transition, can bounce up, go a little higher, even on my entry at 68.25 for a yes. So I have to watch out here a little bit, and we're doing the same deal, same. So now we're pushing back up. We filled in these single prints. We still are now, seeing what NQ wants to do. Need to put in a good high or trap the individuals that are up here now, but as of right now we are testing the RTH high, and ES is still below it. Because of trend, if you don't trust the trade on the short side, there's nothing wrong when you get down below to either scratch it and or take something out in a little bit of profit. It still might move in the direction. We'd like to see it hit the number and then pull back here. So if not, it might go up, hit 70, and then come back, and we'd be looking to watch ourselves as, again, we're using NQ as a way to see that we're testing the highs here. Not that it won't pull back, and we're just watching it. So we're coming in here too. We can see that yesterday's action on NQ, here's the value low, and we're inside of it, and we've closed above. So ultimately it is trying to push all the way up into here at 0.98 by gaining this. So you play it accordingly. If you're not comfortable with the trade, if we get a pullback here, validation for a bigger pullback would be that we lose this previous high at 0.41. And then it would be the same deal here. We haven't got up to the high here on ES, but that we would need to lose the open. NQ is still trying to push higher here. Putting a good high here, but obviously pushing up and gaining this, so getting up into this POC, I need it to fall back for me on ES. Otherwise, the plan for right now on NQ, Arnold, is that it would push up here into 097. So by this candle here closing above this previous one here at 02, that's what you would be looking at. You'd be looking at going all the way up into this previous value area, since we are now above yesterday. So this is yesterday's value area low, and that would be the game plan. So by not losing this 988, even if this pulls back, the plan would be to still be long. So I'm going to move my targets up a little bit here. Not that it won't work out and drop to where I said to for ES, but again, I would like it to play the 68.50 and move directly in my direction, since I'm fighting the trend here a little bit. So I need NQ to come with me, and we're up into these highs, and NQ's target would be back into here for an expectation. So it's above its open. We have extended this back up. We need to see if this is going to change the profile perspective and put a double distribution in, and or pull back in and then start filling this in. We still have a good high here for ES. NQ doing its best, coming in here, leaving a good high. Expectation is to be back into this. So if NQ comes down and hits this and starts going up, and ES doesn't, obviously NQ doesn't have as much volume, so NQ could come back down, hit this without ES moving down. So a little bit in a transition here, like I had said, fighting this. Would have liked for it to give it to me right away on the short. Again, it's a 1.5 against me. It's not that big of a deal. We don't want to create a loser, so I'll watch it here. Here comes NQ pulling down now on the chart. See if ES will follow with it. Although you can hear the clicks, it's not necessarily doing that. Those clicks are for ES specifically. We're getting into London here. We'll start slowing down, so stick with the trade. We'll see what happens. So NQ needs to get below this. Be targeting this area here, so I'll just draw this back in here. Obviously above. Needs to lose this back into the open. So here we are pulling on this. Let's see how much of this good high is at. If there is a lot of buyers in here, it's not short term, they're going to hold this high. This would be considered a spike up. If they can't hold this high, then there are no new buyers. So now we have a bad high here. So if this drops, starts moving down, these people that got long here are going to start liquidating a little bit. They can hold it a little bit longer, but they're getting a little fearful. Monitoring NQ, like I said, if these are good buyers here, they're going to defend this, and as of right now they are. ES, bad high. So there's NQ. See what happens here. Again, as we look at the process here, I mean, this trade doesn't look like it's going to work out, but I'm still holding off on it. As we have a trend up and we're starting to one time frame up, this bar, this green bar, can still come in within this red and still hold it, and that's what we're doing here. So we're making this transition. Again, the goal is to get up here. It's just a matter of when it's going to do it or not for NQ, and then ES is obviously testing the highs, but there's a good high in here. Yes, Delta. I watch both of them. One will generally lead. We're a little in balance here on NQ, pushing at these lows and then popping back up. So as of last week, I had made the statement that the drops in NQ is them resetting NQ so that ES can catch up, and then ES popping to make a new high along with NQ. Obviously, the last 3 weeks, NQ has been making new all-time highs, and ES hasn't been there yet. So sometimes it's leading, sometimes it's not. Generally, I trade them by themselves. But again, from an overview, sometimes one is leading the other by losing its low, and that's why, from the perspective on NQ, I said ES is up, and we're going to need to lose this low, which we never lost it. Right? So that puts us in this range or the back and forth until it can catch up. So once NQ starts clearing out its highs, like here it couldn't clear out its high, right? The glowbacks drop back down. It's the same deal. Now it cleared it out. Now it's back down below it, right? And we need NQ to start pushing up here, and then that'll be a confirmation too that we're going to raise up in ES at the same time together. So last chance here, not necessarily, but as of right now, if you're uncomfortable with the trade, you can take something off for a point. Or we're going to push back down into this area, into the 68 if you happen to enter at the 68.25 or 69 area. So we are starting to push back down. There's nothing wrong with managing the trade. We are going to have to lose this open of 68. So they are still holding it, and we look for a transition on NQ to help us understand that as well. So here's NQ still holding above, and would need to come back into this area here, actually the lower part, to have a transition down. So the trade can be managed. We can still pop up. If you wanted to get out, you could have there on the long for ES. Otherwise, you have to stick to your rules or your process. Generally, I'm looking for a 5 or 6 point loss out of there, and obviously there is no selling that's taking place. So I have to manage the trade accordingly because I'm fighting the trend. When I'm fighting the trend, the trade needs to move in its direction right away. So when I'm in here at this 88, we had an opportunity and we didn't. Now we push back down and now we're up. So not that it can't work out. I give it a little bit of room, but I want it to work right away. So then again, ES here too, fighting me. See, back up to PLC. Now we're at the 72. So if ES can hold this area in the 70, and then NQ could lose this 0.72 and start pushing down and losing the PLC, it'll help me on my trade as well. Otherwise, correct, pushing up. So NQ has extended the balance area. And ES is attempting to. So I'll manage this trade and take some off on the positive side if it'll give it to me, just in case. Looks like it's going to attempt to push down. You just need those buyers that are trapped up there to liquidate a little bit. So we got London screwing around here with us as well, so we'll see what happens, just managing it correctly. You can see here is the 0.72 for NQ, losing the POC, so not that we're not going to pop a little bit more, but again, if we look at the chart and bring it together, we have a good high up here, so now we're trying to fill this void of NQ right here at 45, so we're looking for a little push back down, not that it can't, but it extended up on the balance, and we'd look for it to come back down, but I want to manage the trade correctly. So I'm not sure I'm going to get it here. I got to take this call. So there's the bounce up, which stinks. I did not get anything off of that. Actually missed getting out by 1 tick, but that's okay. So still holding this. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, so if we look at that, we're still holding this area. I think we can pull back down a little bit more, but obviously we're in this range. So if we look at this 5-minute chart, again, I think I had this drawn out. There was an area that we need to fill, so that's where we're at. We came back in here, not that we can't come back down, but we just extended this and we have that balance. So probably back into the open, and then let's see what happens here on ES. Looking for the opportunity. So if we pop back up, I might take this out at a loss. We'll see what happens here. So I don't want to get past the 71.50 again. So twice bad high here, obviously. So that's good on for me, helping out. Again, they have an opportunity. They came back up, had this, and now push back down and start filling some stuff here.
Target filled.
So we're not done yet until we lose this 68.50. So again, in managing the trade, if you were there, it still helped you if you were uncomfortable to get out at the 68.25, or see if we can get some more profit out of this as it's pushing down. And you can hear the ticks too, and now we're coming back in here. So it's up to you of how you want to manage this. So here's the open. See what happens here. Wants to push back down to this lower section. So it came back down. Some more buyers back in here too. So we have a little area. I'm going to condense this a little bit more here. Again, when we draw this out, it doesn't mean that necessarily has to happen right away, but this is an area that if we were going to stay in balance, we're going to have to come into here. And since this is played, I'm going to redraw this, right? This would be the area. You can see right here, it's already been played. And actually be pushing back down into this for NQ. So I'd like for this to fall a little bit, and I can take a little break. Get the dogs out. So I'm not going to screw around here. Probably will work out. But it's been what? 10:10. We're going on 40 minutes messing around here. So sometimes you got to be patient, but see what happens.
Target filled.
So, all right. So I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll leave it on. Obviously, you can see what's in the chart of what we're trying to get to. We had an extension. We have some trapped buyers that are up here, so we should push back down into this area and start filling this out. We still can, if we hold this, extend on ES up higher for a double distribution. But as talked about too, as we look at this from an NQ perspective, hitting our numbers and back up. Arnold, I know you're trying to get to 111 or something like that. But again, we have this, and then losing this area of 0.65 was important, as I showed on a smaller time frame chart. So let's see what we're going to do here, and there's a possibility that we keep pushing down. As you can see, NQ is. The goal for now in NQ is that since we are above the value low, and we have closed above there, this bar does not change anything of this move up until you'd get below here. So this is again that action of pushing back down, what I call getting some more gas so that they can go higher, but playing the levels accordingly. And then if we look at ES, the difference is that ES is hit its target up here by gaining the current value low of 3360, and then moving back up and hitting this. As long as we don't lose this low here, we can lose it but regain it, we'd still be pushing back up. So we're just in a transition of the balance back and forth being played out, and then the goal here obviously would be pushing back towards the 65 and or into what is missing in the prints to fill this out. So I will leave this up. Hopefully that helps everybody. I'm going to take a quick little break here and be back in a little bit. Okay, just checking in. Obviously, we can see that ES fell into the area that it needed to and is continuing its move to create a range. And that, though trapped buyers up above, needed to start liquidating. So I was a little impatient that happens, as long as you have the right levels and they work out over time. Let's take a look at NQ. So here's the area that we need to come back down to that I had marked, and it's filling it in and doing the same deal. So we just happen to have a good high on it, and then from a 30-minute perspective, playing the level and now coming back down. It's probably a little bit of move off here, front ran to 0.34, and now we're dropping back down. Keeping in mind, I'll stop repeating myself, it might be a good thing to do that every once in a while, that even though we are pulling back down, trend is still up. Just big push back down obviously here, and then a retracement back up to come down. But since we got above this candle's high, means that there's a change in transition. So we just have to be patient as it's dropping back down, looking for other longs to come in. So you have the numbers in front of you, and then on ES it would be the same thing. So the 68 level worked out. Coming back in here, now we're playing the same deal. As long as we can drop through this low on a 30-minute candle that I have, that are my proprietary candles, and if they still come lower than this and come up, the trend is still pushing back up. So there's a transition here that we can get some momentum if there's going to be some new time frame sellers coming in, but obviously the trades worked out as stated. So just checking in. I will leave this run here as I'm doing some other duties at the same time. So I have from a personal perspective, a stupid washer on maintenance that I got to deal with that will not discharge its water.
Order filled. Target filled. Target filled.
So I'm here just kind of overseeing this, playing another little short long here, sticking with the trend. So I'm sorry I didn't call it out, just sat down, hit the button or whatever, took some small off of there. So still in this area of having the back and forth action. More than likely we're going to take this high out. And then we happen to have a good high. A little hard to see, but obviously on the letters, we happen to have a good high here. So getting above here, we'll probably move back up into this range here on NQ. And from a higher time perspective, obviously we can see what is taking place here, playing it, and then continuing, as I said, holding this for a bigger long position and not losing this low. Since we are in the value area, generally we go from one side of the value to the next. Since there was a little bit of a 50-point move here, there's nothing wrong with taking something off on the long and getting up into here and still holding a position or looking for a re-enter to move back up. So if we can't get past the PLC and past this high over here, then obviously we're just in a transition down. And then a little different look, but the same deal, holding the gap here, moving up, We still need to get past this high, but otherwise we're in this transition back and forth. But as we've moved up here, we do not want to lose this 62.50 to continue the move for ES, and that's where my long came from, out of here, pushing back up into this area. So either way, there we go, and there's the overview. We are still bullish. So as stated, looks like it's playing out. We have still moving up here, trend continuing, and then now we're in that prospects delta. If you're still listening, I don't think you are, but if you are, didn't mean anything mean by that at all. Gaining your area of the 65 makes more sense to continue the movement up, and then on NQ, same deal. The point, the reason why I'm repeating myself here is because, again, making the statement as of yesterday, even though we dropped down, plan on making a new high in the current session and continually moving up. And then even though we drop down in NQ, same deal. So even though people are like, hey, we're down, we're moving up, you can see what I said. No, we're not, based upon the mental aspect of what I bring to the table. Talking about adding all of the concepts together that we would continually move up. So the market generally will stop and, my term again, gain some gas, come back down, gain some gas so they can push back up. So we'll wait for it, but again, we are still pushing up, can have some movements down and then continue back up. Same thing on ES, even though we drop down, come up, drop back up. As long as we are holding this area, if this candle here does not close below here, over time this will probably sit here and just continually move back up. We see that also as we're looking at this from having a bad high here. It's a matter of timing of when it's going to take place, but by having a good low and having a bad high, at some point, if the longs got out of their trades, they're looking to get back in. If they don't get back in lower, then obviously as it goes through here, they can accelerate it at the same time to push it back up and then regaining the open. So from a NQ perspective, we have already gained the open that we were there, and there is some good highs, so there'll be some stalling here, but continuing the move up. Have to have the right perspective whether or not we're bullish or bearish. This way, when you're doing it, it might be tough, even though that the one and done methodology teaches to not blow your account by having certain stops. So if a trade doesn't work out, that you can re-enter the trade at a better position. But at the same time too, by having a longer term understanding of how the market is moving, even if you were long up above, which I do not advise unless you have experience, that you could have held these and still saying, well, as long as I don't lose this area, this will work out. So we need to watch that. And then as we continue having that perspective, sometimes you're able, just in the back of your mind as it's dropping, saying, I'm still long until this changes, and I don't get sucked into the actual movement that's taking place. So the one and done helps you manage your trades until you understand how the market is moving using the levels of what we are above for entering or below that we are losing, and so they're used for monitoring the momentum as well as entry or targets. And in this particular experience, we are still moving up, even though it might have appeared that we were moving down either on NQ or ES. So we were just in a transition period of waiting and staying patient. In order to confirm making a new high, we need to get past that 74.50 that's on my chart for ES. So we could go play that and then drop back down, but that's an important area, or a pivot point as I call it, that is very significant. Then bouncing back over, so we already talked about using NQ. You can see what's happening here. So we need to get past 0.72, and then that'll help push us up farther, getting into the previous Globex low, which would be right here in 0.88 area. Obviously 0.94 is important for context to the left, but we will need to gain this as well. Ryan. You on your phone or what? Better be in the woods walking around, Ryan. Yes, Arnold. NQ. Here's my 30-minute. NQ again, please. I got back in the progressive play and was... Okay. I don't know which way you got back in when you say you got back in, so I don't know if you were long, short, or what. Assume you were listening when I said still trend up, so. Right, 5-minute, what we're doing, right? Here's 5-minute. Here's our profile. We have a good high, we're testing it, we're above the open. Right, and then from the higher time frame levels, right, is that we are pushing back up. We need to test this, gain it, and like I said, getting back in here. That 0.88 is going to be important, so it is a reference point of the Globex, and we are popping up like described. So we could get a retest here at 0.72 Arnold and then drop back down, but depending on your entry, play it accordingly. Ultimate goal, high value here, 0.97 for me or 0.794, right? We have gained the value area. Squish it, it might be easier with these lines like this, right? Gain the value area, closing inside of it. Goal is to push up to the high. Even when we push up to the high, keep in mind I have these marked. I talked about these yesterday. We dropped back down on NQ, but the goal is to repair what needs to be repaired up here. So 197 and 223. So here's the ES pushing up, Delta if you're interested. Obviously you want above 71, but on your level 767 holding, and now back up. So let's see if we can get some momentum up. As of right now, NQ is not with us since we are still within balance. Not that it can't, but that's just where we're at. And then ES again has the possibility, as it's now filling this in here. So there's a good chance that the market could move like this for ES, that we could come up, put a new high in, right? I'm drawing from here actually, so why don't I do this? Squish the chart a little bit here, make it easier, right? ES could come up, put in a new high, put in a tail or excess out of there, right? Then re-lose this to fill these voids back in, right? While still holding a higher distribution. One step at a time, but we'll see. You just have to be prepared for it. So I don't think we're done down to the, I don't think we're done to the upside yet. There's your 0.72. Viper, what do you got going on? I haven't heard from you. Good day today? Hopefully. Don't have to answer. Assume there is for you. That's correct, Delta. On that lower time frame chart, the auction is not finished with those bad highs. So at some point, absolutely correct. But we're not there yet. But trend long, so should be fun. Excuse me. And Q again, holding this. Like I said, there can be a reaction off of that. Doesn't change the perspective, just slowing down, playing the range for today. CL basically, CL, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go through my charts off a little bit, sorry. Hitting that range, and then yes, doing the same deal. So even though we have that bad high up there, it'll take a little time to see what happens. So for Twitch and YouTube, as always, and we do this for our other room, generally for those that are coming in, there's a possibility that the stream for the Zoom and the Discord can stay on longer. But we have less than a half an hour for the public. Twitter and YouTube for the real-time stream will be shutting off here. If there's any questions or anything else, obviously please post them. Appreciate the comments, Delta, as you are sharing some things, and hopefully there was some insight. A little lack of viewing here, but that's okay, as people are out there looking at this, and if this will be recorded and is out there, should be or have brought a lot of value today as far as the overview and what took place. So if you're interested, please go to profuturesgroup.com, and there is a free code to come into the room. We'll bring some additional value as well, and would love to see you in the room and help build the community moving forward so that we can all be successful financially, as there are many things that we offer to help people that are trading futures or commodities. Not only are we overseeing ES and NQ, but other aspects of CL and GC, and then every once in a while people might even be doing Bitcoin or some other things as well. Nice. Arnold just posted, somebody in the room, that he's up 3% on the day. Very good. Good job. So here's holding the open. Might have to fill these areas here. But I am going to grab this as well on a long, and pushing back up into 71, 72, so there might be a little rotation down first. So we're holding that 68.50. Just push up and make a new high. And Q attempting as well on our number here, 072. Could be early, but we'll see. Again, ES trying to push up into that 098 area, or I'm sorry, NQ into the 098 area. Seeing that value, so we'll see if it's going to do it now or when. And following that on the way up for ES to make a good high. See what happens here. Like I said, we're still pushing. We have a couple minutes here. Made a new little high here, but again, needed to go a little farther. And then again, we have now a bad high on NQ as well. So when you see if there are going to be some new buyers that are going to come in here and push this up. You could say the same thing for the Globex. Generally, I don't do this. You know, on ES, we held Globex. This would be the value high, the value low for the Globex. And then in pushing back up, we're obviously above the POC, so its goal is to get itself back up in here to test these areas, but we need to, you know, work on this RTHI right here of 72s. So we'll take a little bit off before into the 71s and see if it can keep pushing. So NQ is attempting to move up here as well. Not there yet, Arnold. So we have the chance that this puts in a new high, or good high, which it just did. So it needs to gain it, and they need to hold this here, being a spike, to push it back up. So we need to hold this 74.50. Trying to take some off here on small ES long.
Target filled.
And then see if we can push up, gaining the high. So again, we haven't done it quite yet here on ES, so in those 72s is what I'm looking for. We'll see what happens. And then just to look at the 30-minute perspective, pushing up into this number here again, 088 for NQ. The candle looks good. We could still have another pullback. So there's a new candle. Let's see if we can get a new high here. I've pointed this out several times too, going with the trend. So again, if we have the trend here that's moving up, right? Once we get past this high, these candles here are showing a trend. So even though we might pull below a previous candle, this candle's inside of here. As long as we don't lose this candle, we're still moving up. So I don't want to get psyched out. That's why I bring that up. Let's not get psyched out that even though there's a drop here, oh, we're losing it. We watch these candles. They're very important. And then again, we would have the same deal that from an ES perspective, right? Even though that we have a change in transition, and from here we are moving up, right? We could drop below this candle, which we do, but then again we don't close below, so there's no confirmation and we're pushing back up. So we're just testing these highs here. You can manage the trade accordingly, but again, even if there's a pause in the transition, it's important to understand this, that we are still moving up in this period, although we are fighting this move down here at the same time. So I'm just going to grab this here again, take some more off if it'll give it to me.
Target filled.
And then you can see we got a little bit of a new high here, a transition, so a little bit of a front run, but you can see there's a good high here. So we need to hold this area. Otherwise it's going to move back down. So we have to be aware that when we're in balance, we can extend higher and still come back in and fill up the balance area. So one small little malfunction, I should have held the original short when we came in here on ES longer, which would have been in this area for 68. On the time frame it pulled down a little bit, so I got out. I did not lose on the trade, I just needed to be a little more patient with it. But so far today there's been no losers. Doesn't mean anything at all. I expect losers to take place. I do not get emotional whether or not there's winners or losers. It's part of what we offer too. Before we have less than 15 minutes on the Twitch and the YouTube. There are some special psychological meditations that we use, not only on how to set up your outcome compared to your process, but also getting into how there are emotions on winning days. Everybody provides information on handling losing days because more people lose than win, but a winning day can kick in emotions too at the same time. So I could really care less. It's my defensive mechanism whether or not I win or lose. I want to stay a machine, but we provide the tools, and one of the values in coming in with Pro Futures groups, besides just saying all I have is winners today. Who cares? It's how you manage your losers. That's most important. So again, even like the bot says, before this gets turned off, if there's some value here, the least you can do is subscribe to Twitch or YouTube and follow us. Hit the like button. We'd appreciate that. And if so, at the minimum, do that. If not, choosing to come in and check out the chart room with the free 14-day discount code. No obligation. You can cancel at any time. Keep in mind too, I know there's only a couple people watching on YouTube. YouTube's going to have a little bit more of a delay than Twitch is. So I can actually see that on the screen. It's maybe 2 or 3 seconds too, probably it looks like on Twitch, and up to 8 on YouTube. Not that we want to be providing entries. I'm just sharing the teaching that we offer for a methodology. We are not an investment firm and do not provide advice on where to enter trades or out. If you happen to be following me, I'm just showing you the overview of the trades based upon the method, if you chose to purchase the method, that you can see on the Pro Futures Group site. That would teach you the aspects of market structure and give you the possibility to have a very high percentage win ratio. Not that that auction is not unfinished. I agree with you. Term that is used out there that you're very familiar with, I can tell by your experience, is that we need to see continuation. Another one would be tempo. So if there are new buyers in there, you would think, hey, they would go through that high. Not that we won't, it's just a matter of when. All right, probably going to push up now into finish its business as we talked about here. So we'll see, but you can see on the chart what we hit. Just going through it. I'm going to be ending the broadcast here for Twitter and YouTube. Back up, bouncing around here a little bit on NQ. NQ having a good high at the moment. Probably will need to come in and fill this area here down to 0.43. And then on ES, we are holding the RTH high area. Not that we won't go through it, trying to still up. It's just a matter of when. And then we see the bad high that is here. We see the pull back down into the area that needed to be filled in. This area still needs to be filled in, which would be to here now. So we're real close on doing that, and then possibly pushing back up. So I hope everybody watching, I appreciate it. I guess I don't hope anything for them. I'm doing what I do and I'll change it. Hopefully it was beneficial. If there is something, again, stupid commercial that I keep saying, obviously smash the subscribe button or hit the like button at the same time. And if you're interested, you can come into the room. There's a free code that can be used to come into the chart room, and hopefully there's some other beneficial opportunities for you at the same time. So thanks for viewing what we're doing here at Pro Futures Group. Everybody have a great day, and see you back tomorrow. There will be another market overview at 8 a.m. I'll do it at probably about 5 after 8 Central Time before the market opens.